they're off. Tangerine Twist broke running from the rail. Peace in Paradise is second early with Ash Carnelli third widest. Always Rosie is racing between horses with Miss Schiller trying to advance up the inside. The pace setter is going to be the favorite, Tangerine Twist. It's Tangerine Twist and Kirk Johnson a length on top of Peace in Paradise. Miss Schiller is into third on the inside of Ash Carnelli, gaining ground with every stride, and it's 2 lengths to the trailer, Always Rosie. The opening quarter was 22-4. Tangerine Twist, bet down to 1-5, has opened up 1.5. Peace in Paradise is still sitting in second, yet to be asked. Ash Carnelli is third, 3 wide. Miss Schiller is fourth, and now Always Rosie tries to launch a rally, but as they swing for the drive, it is still Tangerine Twist in control. Tangerine Twist is still in front. Peace in Paradise has been watching in second throughout, but needs to do better. Always Rosie trying to rally, but now Tangerine Twist has opened up 3. Tangerine Twist bet down to 1-5 favoritism and going to deliver. The margin is going to be 3.5 at the wire. Peace in Paradise held second from a closing Always Rosie, and then Miss Schiller. About 5 furlongs in 1 minute and 2/5. And they're off. Cherry Gardens broke running. I'm a Bourbon Girl second early with Yoga looking for a forward position from the rail. Then it's a gap of 2 to Awesome Spirit Gal racing on the inside of Princess Buchero, but as they begin to sort themselves out, it is Cherry Gardens loose on the lead. Cherry Gardens by 1.5. Into second on the outside is I'm a Bourbon Girl with Yoga under a hold from third. Now I'm a Bourbon Girl begins to put the pressure on Cherry Gardens past a quarter in 22-1. It's a gap of 5 more to Awesome Spirit Gal, who's asked for a bit more, and tailed off in last is Princess Buchero. Cherry Gardens tries to respond to the challenge of I'm a Bourbon Girl. The lead is a neck with Yoga still racing in third, swinging to the 3-path. Awesome Spirit Gal still has 5 lengths to make up on the leaders, but as they swing for the jive, Cherry Gardens has rebroke. Cherry Gardens up by 2. I'm a Bourbon Girl trying from second. It's well back to Yoga and Awesome Spirit Gal. Cherry Gardens is clinging to the lead. I'm a Bourbon Girl is resilient on the outside. It's down to these 2. I'm a Bourbon Girl gets up. I'm a Bourbon Girl and Leo Salas by 3/4 of a length over Cherry Gardens. Then Awesome Spirit Gal and Yoga, 5 1/2 furlongs in 104-3. And they're off. Autumn So Flashy broke sharply from the outside, but going for the early lead, it's Spirit of Seattle. Spirit of Seattle now taking pressure from Fajardo, who's advancing along the inside. Bust a Groove is splitting horses with Autumn So Flashy wide on the course, and the early trailer is going to be Chasing Bourbon. Into the turn they go. They've got 3.5 furlongs left to race, and Spirit of Seattle is dictating the early terms. It's a length and a half back to Bust a Groove racing between horses with Fajardo on the inside. Autumn So Flashy is 3 wide, and then another 1.5 to Chasing Bourbon. The opening quarter was 22 and 3. They have a quarter of a mile to race and Spirit of Seattle to catch. It's Spirit of Seattle. Fajardo angles to the outside. Busta Groove needs to do better between horses. Autumn So Flashy wide and Chasing Bourbon trying to rally up the fence. Spirit of Seattle maintaining the lead. Autumn So Flashy now coming with big strides down the outside, but still has 2 lengths to make up on Spirit of Seattle. Coming down to the wire, Spirit of Seattle going to hold on. Chasing Bourbon held second. It's a photo for show between Autumn So Flashy and Fajardo. 5 furlongs and 58 and 2. And they're off. Furious Fasty missed the start. Delirio is gunning for the early lead with visitors welcome to his outside. Stalking spot early for As for a King, racing wide on the course's Drill Hall. Sing Dixie is about 3 lengths off the leaders, and it's a gap of 4 to Furious Fasty. Down the backstretch they go. Leading the way, it is Delirio, a length over Visitors Welcome. As for a King is racing on the inside of Drill Hall. 1.5 back to Sing Dixie, past the opening quarter in 23 seconds flat, and tailed off last is Furious Fasty. Midway around the turn, Delirio still moving comfortably on the lead. Trying to get going from the outside is Drill Hall, about to join Visitors Welcome. Sing Dixie is swinging to the far outside, and As for a King is saving ground, but it is still Delirio and Omar Marino. They've burst clear by 5 lengths. With 1/8 of a mile to travel, Delirio is getting away from them. The battle is for the minors. Looks like Drill Hall over Sing Dixie and As for a King, but coming down to the wire, no doubt about it, it's all Delirio. Delirio wins geared down. Second goes to Drill Hall over Sing Dixie and As for a King, about 5 furlongs and 59 and 2. And they're off. Strong ending showing speed along the rail. Here comes Lion of the Sea, and between them is One More Ring. Executive Chairman going to race from 4th on the outside with Palace Prince splitting horses. Then it's a gap of 3 to the trailing pair of Bocelli and Brady O'Brady. Slipping up the inside to assume control, it's Lion of the Sea, a length and a half better than Strong Ending. Executive Chairman is into 3rd while racing wide. 4th along the inside is One More Ring with Palace Prince to his hip. Then it's 3 more lengths to Bocelli and Brady O'Brady. The opening quarter was 22 and 4. They're within the final 3.5 furlongs, and Lion of the Sea is still maintaining a 2-length lead. Strong Ending asked for a little more from 2nd with Executive Chairman to his outside. Palace Prince now 4th past One More Ring. Brady O'Brady is starting to get his rally going, and the new trailer is Bocelli. 45 and 1 to the half. There's a quarter of a mile left to race, and Lion of the Sea is looking to make all the running. Strong Ending is second. Executive Chairman tiring from third, and Palace Prince trying to rally. Here comes Strong Ending overtaking a tired Lion of the Sea. Palace Prince up the inside. Flying from the back, Brady O'Brady down the far outside. It's down to these three. Palace Prince puts the head in front of Strong Ending. Brady O'Brady is rallying, but Palace Prince powers clear. It's Palace Prince by 2. Strong Ending holds second from Brady O'Brady, and then one more ring. 6 1/2 furlongs and 1:17 and 2. And they're off. Twirling Piper was a bit slow out of the gate. T'Pring is hustling out from the outside draw, but here comes Twirling Piper to make her bid for the early lead. Twirling Piper leads as they race into the opening turn. Second on the inside is Fix Your Hair Up Pretty. 3 deep is T'Pring with Original Me racing between them. Then it's a gap of 1.5 to Ghostly Perfection, racing a length better than Among the Roses, and the trailer is In It to Win It. Midway round the turn, the opening quarter was 24 seconds flat. Twirling Piper at 1 to 5 leads the charge. They race within the 6 furlong marker. Second on the outside is T'Pring. Saving ground is Fix Your Hair Up Pretty with Original Me between horses. Ghostly Perfection is well spotted in mid-pack, racing 3 lengths better than Among the Roses, and In It to Win It is saving ground at the back. Midway down the backstretch, Twirling Piper still leading comfortably, 1/2 in 48 and 2. T'Pring is still second. Wide and advancing is Ghostly Perfection with Fix Your Hair Up Pretty along the rail and Original Me in the center. Angling wide is Among the Roses, and In It to Win It continues to trail. Just over 3 furlongs to travel. Twirling Piper still has a short lead, but T'Pring is really putting the pressure on. Now T'Pring takes a short advantage. Into third is Ghostly Perfection, past a hard-ridden Fix Your Hair Up Pretty. Original Me has called it quits. In It to Win It has 10 lengths to make up on the leaders. 3/4 and 1:12 and 4, and now T'Pring at 30 to 1 leads the way. It is T'Pring and Edgar Zenteno with the advantage at the head of the lane. Twirling Piper tries to fight back along the inside. Ghostly Perfection rallying, but T'Pring is opened up too. It's T'Pring. Ghostly Perfection the only threat, but T'Pring is still moving comfortably on the lead. Ghostly Perfection tries to make a race of it, but never going to threaten T'Pring. T'Pring wins by 2, Ghostly Perfection second, then Twirling Piper. A photo for fourth between In It to Win It, Among the Roses, and Fix Your Hair Up Pretty. 1 mile and 1/16 and 1:45 and 4. And they're off. Vincenzino broke well from the outside. Hard ridden for the early lead is Party of No with Half Lit to his outside. Dot's Vision looking for stalking position, trying to work his way outside. October Frost has found the rail, racing on the inside of Jade's Dream, and the trailer is Thy Kingdom. Into the turn they go. It is Party of No leading the charge. Half Lit is pressing in second. Vincenzino racing 3 wide. Dots Vision is just 2.5 lengths off the leaders from fourth, racing alone, a length better than October Frost and Jade's Dream, and Thy Kingdom is still at the back as they turn into the backstretch. The opening quarter is 23-2, and now Party of No has opened up a length, but Vincenzino is rebidding on the outside. Half Lit is in third, a length off the leaders. It's another 1.5 to Dots Vision. October Frost saves ground, Jade's Dream to his outside, and now Thy Kingdom works his way to the middle of the racetrack. Midway down the backstretch, and Party of No still leads the way. The half was 47-2. It's Party of No leading into the far turn. Half Lit now makes a bid with Vincenzino. Dots Vision liking what he sees from fourth. It's another 2 to Jade's Dream. October Frost and Thy Kingdom yet to tack on. Now, Dots Vision angles 4 wide and descends on the leaders. Dots Vision puts the head in front with a 1/4 mile left to go. Vincenzino is trying to respond from second. Party of No third. Half Lit fourth. Jade's Dream 3 lengths off the leaders. 3/4 and 1:12-3, and Vincenzino is fighting back with Dots Vision. Party of No is still there from the rail, but Dots Vision has the advantage. Vincenzino digging in. It's Vincenzino and Dots Vision, the two favorites, duke it out as they come towards the wire. Dots Vision on the outside, Vincenzino right there. These two head and head. Dots Vision, Vincenzino with the nose in front. Vincenzino over Dots Vision, then Party of No and Jade's Dream. 1 mile and 70 yards and 1:43 flat. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Fort Erie Racetrack on a very warm Monday afternoon. We're first day of our 3 o'clock post time for the late summer schedule. It's currently 28 degrees Celsius or 84 Fahrenheit with a bit of a wind coming from the west at 7 miles per hour. The main track is fast and the turf is listed as firm with the rail out 18 feet, 29 minutes to first post. This year marks the 15th anniversary of the Fort Erie Live Racing Consortium. The FELRC is proud to celebrate its 15th anniversary of independently operating the Fort Erie racetrack. Visit our website, forterieracing.com, for information about everything going on here at the track. Tune into the pre-race show to get info about the track conditions, scratches and changes, handicapping selections, and info about upcoming races and events. Racing will resume tomorrow. First post will be 3 o'clock. And if you're coming to the track tomorrow, be sure to stick around for a free concert by West Wind after the last race. Labor Day racing coming up on Monday, September 2nd. First post will be 12:20. The card features the fan favorite Puss in Boots Cup and much more. The post position draw for the 89th Prince of Wales Stakes will be taking place on Thursday, September 5th at 12 o'clock. The live stream can be watched at forterieracing.com. And mark your calendars, the Prince of Wales Stakes is coming up on Tuesday, September 10th. First post will be 1 o'clock. Fort Erie's Track-A-Lantern brings Halloween fun for families to the racetrack. It starts at 12 o'clock on October 14th. Head down to the Paddock Shack for burgers, hot dogs, sausages, fries, and poutine, plus beer and soft drinks, located near the walking ring. Be sure to book your table in the Turfside Dining Room, open on live racing days. Reservations are recommended. Treat your team to an exciting day at the races. It's only $13.50 per person. The track pack includes 1 food item, 1 drink, and a Fort Erie live racing program. For more information, go to our website. Become a member of HPIBet.com today. Get $100 when you bet $100, plus your first bet is on us. Tune into Your TV Niagara for the Fort Erie Race Replay Show, Channel 700, Thursdays at 10:30 and Saturdays at 10. Pick 4 and Pick 5 pools guaranteed at $10,000 today. The Pick 5s begin in races 1 and 3, Pick 4s in races 2 and 4. Jackpot High Five wagering offered in race 7 day. The carryover is up to $91,405.90. Smoking is allowed in designated areas only at Fort Erie Racetrack. No food or beverage are allowed in these areas, and no cannabis is permitted on the property. Coming up next are today's changes. Race 1 is clear. Race 2 also has no changes. In race 3, a vet scratch of the number 3, Blues Power. Race 4, we have an overweight on the number 1, Amy's Girl. The rider will be 1 pound over at 121. In race 5, we have a rider change on the number 5, Baytown Elvis. Make the rider Juan Crawford. No changes in race 6. Race 7, vet scratch the number 1, Impossible Birdie. And vet scratch the number 2, Betka. Take out the 1 and 2. And an overweight on the number 8, Princess Alaska, 1 pound over at 121. So here again for another week of racing here at Fort Erie Racetrack, our first post time of 3 o'clock for the late summer season. 7 races on tap today. Let's take a look at our selections. Race 1 is a maiden allowance race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, going 6 1/2 furlongs. It's a field of 5 to kick off the early pick 5 wager. I think the tough one to beat here will be the number 1, Frackamore. Justin Stein in to ride for trainer Julie Mathis. Frackamore was claimed for $15,000 at Woodbine on August 8th in a route race where she made the lead and was run down late by Wild Queenie. She had some okay efforts sprinting for $25,000 earlier in the season. She does seem to want to go longer, but she gets on the dirt for the first time, gets some easier company. I think Frackamore could be live on the cutback. Logical player is the number 2, Daisy Crest. Brandon Boulanger riding for trainer Roy Agostino. Daisy Crest has raced well in both of her starts since coming down here to Fort Erie, a 3rd last time out and a 2nd in the start before that. She's a bit of a closer, might not have enough speed to really run her best here, but she does look like one of the more logical players. And the 3rd for number 3 is Super Honey Timber, a first-time starter for trainer Mickey Neubauer with Melanie Pinto in the saddle. Super Honey Timber is by Perfect Timber, a homebred for Charles Fipke. Has been breezing fairly steadily, worked in 1 minute and 2/5 out of the gate on August 12th. We'll see if she's ready to roll in her first start of her career. Race 2 is a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up which have not won a race this year or which have never won 4. We're going 1 mile and 1/16 for a claiming price of $5,000 down to $4,750. I'm looking at the number 4, Grand Gizmo. Grand Gizmo was a winner for 4,000 non-winners of 3 on July 1st. Came back on August 12th and just ran dreadful. Chased a hot pace early and then stopped to a crawl, got beat 34 lengths. They're bringing him back at the same level. They're bringing him back fairly quickly. It's only been 14 days, so I'm assuming he's okay. If he can run back to his effort 2 starts ago, he could be a factor here, and he might be a good price off of that poor showing last time. Number 3, Thelonious, looks logical. He was second best behind He's a Shooter on August 12th, the same race that Grand Gizmo is coming out of. Thelonious is 0 for 6 this year, but his last 3 efforts have been solid, 2 seconds and a 4th behind Dot's Vision. Pretty respectable run. Thelonious has Juan Crawford riding for trainer Armin Concessi. Then the number 2, Private Network. Sat off the pace and ran evenly last time, 5th by 7 lengths, but before that had been showing some route speed. Tanika Wolf riding for trainer Dale Powell. Maybe Private Network could make the lead and take them a fair distance. Race 3 starts the late pick 5. It's a claiming race, 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 3. We're going 5 furlongs for a claiming price of $6,250 down to $6,000. A notable scratch of the number 3, Blues Power, so we're down to a field of 5. I'm looking to the morning line favorite, the number 6, Amazing Success, making his second start for trainer Eric Raganoff. Amazing Success ran 4th in a non-winners of 3 allowance 2 weeks ago. Pretty decent horses. Name of the game, Where is Essa and Ernie's Martini. Getting significant class relief here. Moving into the $6,250 level. Was a winner on the dirt 2 starts ago. So I think Amazing Success with Edgar Zenteno will be the one to beat here. Number 5, Mia and Me. Won a $6,250 non-winners of 3 in the slop on August 5th. Had a beautiful trip, stalking the pace and getting up to win. Or dead heating for the win with Back to Reality, who also shows up here. He seems to have taken well to Fort Erie. Alexis Sanchez riding for the hot Sharon Chicotto barn. Then in for third, I'm going to put the number 1, Getting Ahead. This is a filly taking on the boys for trainer Joe Humber. Juan Crawford taking them out this time. Getting Ahead is fast. She was pressed on the lead and picked up late by Moonbright on August 12th. That was for $8,000. She drops back in for the price she was taken for and does have a shot against the boys as a speed threat. Race 4 is a maiden allowance race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up. We're going about 1 mile over the turf course to start the late pick 4. We have a very notable shipper here, the number 7, Idyllic, a daughter of Tappet, coming in from Woodbine for Josie Carroll. Luis Contreras will be in to ride. Idyllic has been outclassed in 2 starts at the maiden special weight level at Woodbine, but should be much more at home against this group. She can work out a trip. I think she will be very tough to beat. Number 3, Impeccable Timing, looks like the most logical of the local horses here. She rallied to be second, but was outkicked by the closing In It to Win It when making her Fort Erie debut on August 13th. She draws a good post. Leo Salez gets in the saddle for trainer Roy Augustino. Then for third, the number 2, Taproom, makes his second start, or her second start at Fort Erie for trainer Julie Mathis. Kirk Johnson will be riding. Taproom was second best in an off-turf race on August 6th, forced the pace and was outkicked by Super Christie. Should prefer the 2 turns on the dirt or on the turf over the 6.5 furlongs on the dirt. Taproom definitely in with a good shot. Race 5 is a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 3. We're going 1 mile and 70 yards for a claiming price of $4,000. I think the number 1, Street Serenade, going to run well, getting back to the dirt after finishing 3rd on the turf course 2 weeks ago. She proved that she can handle the 2-turn about 7 furlong distance last time, so the 1 mile and 70 yards should not be a big deal. His dirt form is very good, 2 wins and 2/3. Plunging in for $4,000, I think Street Serenade will have a good showing from the inside. Amanda Vandermeer riding for trainer Steve Cathcart. Number 3, Carpe Bellum, goes for Juan Pablo Silva. He's been off since July 16th. Ran an okay third last time over a sloppy track, was pressed on the lead and gave way to be third, placed second. He was bothered a little bit in the stretch on that day. Ran a good second 2 starts ago on July 1st. If he maintains his form, he will be live. Kirk Johnson is maintaining the mount. Then the number 6, General Command, has been clipping right along nicely. Finished third when dropping in for this price on August 13th. Stretches out to 1 mile and 1/16. His only 2 turn races before this, I believe, have been on the turf. So maybe he will appreciate the added distance here. Brandon Boulanger gets to ride for trainer John Sims. Race 6 is a maiden claimer for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up. 62.50 down to 6,000 the claiming price. 6 furlongs the distance. Late double wagering kicks off here. I think this is a tough race to make heads or tails of. I landed on the number 2, Ring It Up. Omar Marino riding for trainer Louis Cappy. Ring It Up did not fare well in her Fort Erie debut, a maiden special weight over a sloppy track. Just never really got involved. Mind you, Twirling Piper won by 9 1/4 that day, so this one was only beaten 4.5 for second. So it wasn't terrible. Went back up to Woodbine and ran a flat race for 7,000. Maybe she'll like the fast dirt better than the sloppy track, and she should like this drop in for 62.50. Number 4, Ferocious Queen. Made her only dirt start on July 22nd and was traveling well early, but clipped heels and fell going into the turn. So it's still tough to say how she's going to like the dirt, but she didn't look bad on it at the start of that race. Failed to fire in a 2-turn turf maiden special weight on August 13th, so now she's dropping in for 62.50. Amanda Vandermeersch going to ride for trainer George Newland. And the number 1, Queen Sahara. Second best in her first start off the claim last week behind She's Hot to Trot, who was a bit of a seconditis horse before that win. Queen Sahara took to the dirt pretty well. Reloads often do. I think this race doesn't look too tough, so Queen Sahara definitely worth a look. Brandon Boulanger going to ride for trainer Josh Robillard. Last race of the day, race 7 is a claiming race. Fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 3. 62.50 down to 6,000 the claiming price. 1 mile on the turf. I'm looking at the number 7, Fermenter. Edgar Zenteno going to ride for trainer Josh Robillard. Fermenter made her turf debut on July 30th and ran a pretty good 4th behind Thunder, Heavy Rain, Turf and Surf. I Got It Good. A pretty respectable group for the level, and she was wide on that first turn. Down to the 5 hole with the 2 scratches, so a decent post to work with. Makes her second start with the blinkers on, and often sometimes horses need to start with the blinkers. So I think Fermenter set up nicely for a good performance here, dropping in for 6,000. Number 8, Princess Aleska, is her own worst enemy. She's a bit goofy in post-parade, sometimes expends a bit too much energy. She took on the boys in an off-turf race on August 6th and just never really threatened. That was a tough group. Kitty Holiday and Hixie topped that one. Definitely better on the turf course, dropping in for 62.50. The only thing I don't like, the 6 hole's not too bad, but it's still, if she gets parked wide, it could be tough for her to run her best effort. But at her best, she is a contender here. Then the number 4, Menagerie, prevailed in a stretch duel to win her non-2 condition on July 30th. That was for 4,000. So now she has to move up to 62.50 and face non-winners of 3. Alexis Sanchez maintaining the mount for trainer Ken Albu, who's having a solid season this year at Fort Erie. Menagerie in with a shot to double up. So there you have it, a 7-race card coming your way today, 15 minutes to first post. Best of luck with all of your wagers and enjoy your day here at Fort Erie Racetrack.
It's easy to make a bet on HPIBet.com. Follow these simple steps and you'll be betting in no time. First, go to the HPIBet.com website. Sign in to your HPI Bet account. Find the track and race you want to bet on. Click on the Place Bet button. Click on the bet type you want to wager with. Click on the amount you want to wager. Click on the horse you want to wager on. Click on the green Place Bet button. Review your bet confirmation information. It's all done. Remember, all this can be done on most mobile devices. Now cheer on your pick to victory.
We kick off this beautiful Monday program here with a maiden special weight event here for fillies and mares. 6.5 furlongs is the distance here on the main track. And on paper, it really comes down to two horses, the number 1, Frack Amore, or the 2, Daisy Crest. And I know the 1 is taking all the money. I'm going to go, though, with the number 2, Daisy Crest as my top selection. I've actually been fairly surprised by her in her last 2 efforts, both of which have been here on the dirt, most recently over the slop at today's distance. And I thought she was a well-meant third. Now, even going back to that race 2 back when she was a runner-up behind Ghostly Perfection, I think the winner has turned out to be a decent horse, has now faced that allowance level competition for non-winners of, say, 2 Lifetime in her last 2, and has fared quite well against that level of competition. So I just think, looking at the events that she comes out of, I do feel like in some aspects this race itself may be a little bit softer than those other 2 that she had to face back here in July and early August. I like the spacing between her races, and Brandon Boulanger is going to stick with her here. She'll need some pace help to run at late here, and I do think she'll get it. I like her better here at this 6.5 furlong distance. Now on the inside, the number 1, Frack Amore, the 8-5 morning line favorite. First off the claim here for Julie Mathis. Ran very respectable last time out. As part of that pace setup was kind of chasing the pace, and there actually had the lead but surrendered late. Only missed, though, by 3/4 of a length, was in for 15,000. I do think she finds herself in a good spot today in terms of pedigree. She should be able to handle the dirt. She does have one local breeze here. You can see back just a week or so ago, I should say a couple days ago, and she fared just fine. I didn't expect to see a speedy time from this one, and I just think with the inside draw, her hand might be a little bit forced here, but she should be forward from the inside position. And then the wild card in the field be the first-time starter, the number 3, Super Honey Timber, 3-year-old daughter of Perfect Timber, out of a Super Saver mare. This one trained by Mickey Neubauer, has had a great meet from a limited number of starts, 2 wins from those 8 appearances, 5 in the money finishes, and she has a slew of workouts. She has a ton of workouts to get prepared here for her debut. She had a bullet drill 3 back, 48-4 for the 4 furlong distance from the gate. And I like that last time out they got her back to a 5 furlong workout. You can see they kind of toyed with her in the mornings. A little bit of everything has been thrown at her. We just know that this is an operation that does very well here at Fort Erie, especially with Melanie Pinto in the iron. So a nice maiden special weight event here to kick off that early pick 5, 20-cent minimum, and a $10,000 guarantee in that pool. Good luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's first race. Race 1 is a maiden allowance race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, traveling a distance of 6½ furlongs, competing for a purse of $21,600. Race 1 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent early pick 5 wagering, that pool guaranteed at $10,000. Race 1 post parade, number 1 is Frackamore. Justin Stein riding for trainer Julie Mathis and owner Bruno Chickadans. Number 2 is Daisy Crest. Brandon Boulanger has the call for trainer Roy Augustino and owner Even Steven Stables Limited. Number 3 is Super Honey Timber. Melanie Pinto pilots for trainer Mickey Neubauer and owner Charles Fipke. Number 4 is Macon the Viking. Alexis Sanchez rides. Richard Davis trains. Hesty Sport Incorporated owns. Completing the field, number 5 is Rohees. Wilbert Gobey, the rider for trainer Noel Williams and owner Laura Williams. $10,000 guaranteed early pick 5 wagering offered here in race 1. Field is heading towards the starting gate. Not much time left to get your race 1 wagers in. Heavy favorite at 1-2 is the number 1, Frackamore. Last call to get your race 1 wagers in. And field for race 1 is heading behind the starting gate. It is now post time. Early pick 5 wagering kicking off here. This race, the first of 7 on a Monday at Fort Erie Racetrack. First up will be the favorite, Frackamore, with Justin Stein coming down to ride. Frackamore steps up. Daisy Crest and Brandon Boulanger to gate 2. First time starter Super Honey Timber with Melanie Pinto. Goes up. Making the Viking with Alexis Sanchez. Last in will be Rohiz and Wilbert Gobet. All set. And they're off. Super Honey Timber out slowly. From the inside, Frackamore is showing speed. Daisy Crest splitting horses with Making the Viking 3 deep. Then it's a gap of 5 to Rohiz, who's being passed by the slow starting Super Honey Timber. 3 across the track in an early duel for the lead. In the center, Daisy Crest is duking it out with Frackamore on the inside. Making the Viking is 3rd. Super Honey Timber has made up good ground. She's just 2 lengths off the leaders. Then it's a gap of 7 to Rohiz. The opening quarter, 23-1, and now Frackamore has shaken clear. The lead is 2 lengths. Super Honey Timber is slipping up the inside into 2nd with Making the Viking. Now Daisy Crest has asked for a little more, back to 4th. Stillwell back to Rohiz. Midway round the turn, and Frackamore is in control. Making the Viking is 2nd on the outside of Super Honey Timber, who's patiently sat on. It's well back to Daisy Crest, and now Rohiz tries to make a rally. 46 flat to the half at the head of the lane. It is still Frackamore. She's opened up 3 lengths and looking strong. Frackamore and Justin Stein up by 4. Super Honey Timber into 2nd with Making the Viking, but they're not going to get to Frackamore. The only question now is the margin. Frackamore and Justin Stein. Stein looks behind him, sees nobody coming. The margin is going to be 6 at the wire. It's Frackamore. Super Honey Timber 2nd, then Making the Viking. Rohiz was 4th over Daisy Crest. 6.5 furlongs and 1:16-2. Unofficial in race 1, the winner is number 1, Frackamore. 2nd, number 3, Super Honey Timber. 3rd, number 4, Making the Viking. And 4th, number 5, Rohiz. Unofficial race 1 order, 1, 3, 4, 5. And race 1 is now official. Frackamore returns 330 to win 210 210. Still a ways to the winner's circle. And now back to the winner's circle, the official winner of today's first race, number 1, Frackamore. Frackamore is a 3-year-old Grey or Roan filly by Frack Daddy out of Looks Like Rain, bred here in Ontario by Michael Byrne. Ridden to an easy victory today by Justin Stein, Frackamore is trained by Julie Mathis for Bruno Schickadans. In her Fort Erie debut, her first start off the claim, Frackamore wins comfortably, breaking her maiden in attempt number 7. 6 1/2 furlongs in a snappy 1:16 2. Congratulations to the connections of Frackamore. Frackamore, 330 to win, 210 210. Second, number 3, Super Honey Timber, 250 to place, 230. Third, number 4, Making the Viking, 470 to show. $2 exacta, 13680. The $1 try, 134 2065. $1 super, 1345 7205. Race 2 is coming up in 21 minutes. There are no changes.
routine. Start today at OntarioRacing.com.
Race 2 here on the dirt at 1 mile and a 16th, a $5,000 claiming event for horses that have not won a race this year or 4 races in their career. A field of 6 going postward. The number 3, Thelonious, is where I will kick things off. I think he's a horse that you look at him this year, yes, he's 0 for 6, but he's improved in his races, and I thought last time out he was a well-meant second behind. He's a shooter. Yes, he was beaten by 2, but he's a horse that typically closes from off the pace, and we saw this time and time again. His last 3 efforts have been by far his best. I know the race 2 back maybe looks okay on paper, but it was on the turf. This is the dirt. I think he's a better dirt horse than he is on the turf. His figures have taken a little bit of a step forward as well. So if there's some pace for him to run at, he should be able to close at this 2-turn distance. Other horses, though, to look at, the number 6, Big Brown Brewski. This one out of the Mike Blake barn was 3rd last time out after trying to close from off the pace. And they've tried different things. That was at the 1 mile and 70-yard distance. He's fine around 2 turns. I know he doesn't have a win under his belt, but you can see a very consistent type, I think, looking at him. He was just 2.5 lengths behind Thelonious last time out, and this horse was dead last early on, maybe a little too far back. But we saw him 3 starts back against this level of competition. He was a little bit closer early on, a couple of lengths, still towards the back though, and he was able to close a little bit better just because he was closer to it early on. So I like him here. I prefer him, especially at these 2-turn distances, and think he draws well in here. I like that he has the outside. He can let everybody to his inside figure out what they want to do and make a move from there. Finally, the number 5, Redoubt's Light. He had 1 win last year in 2023. It came at the 1 mile and an 1/8 distance late in the season, and he was much the best in that event. I don't think necessarily for the $8,000 level he faced the toughest of groups, and big fan of this horse because he is fun to watch as he gets a lot of his momentum late in his races. But with that said, his running style typically works against him. He's always very far back. He has too much work to do, and we've seen that time and time again. Now his last 2, he's kind of trailed off in form. I think when you look at the race 2 back, that was over the slop. I think he probably does not like an off going as much in some regard. He was never able to close on that track, and I think, I can draw a line through that race. And then last time out, obviously, just way tougher competition up at Woodbine. He went off at a huge price in there. He's a horse that is just 1 for 20 on the synthetic in his career, and that's why you saw him at 56-1 last time out. He was only able to beat 1 runner. So I think he's amongst his friends again. He'll be rolling late. Whether he'll have enough to get a big piece in here, that's the question. And I find him at 7-2 on the morning line. Very curious to see what he'll go off at post time, because I couldn't take a short price on him just looking at his resume. Like I said, he's got a lot of work to do late. So we'll see if a horse like Thelonious, a horse that also closes from off of it, might have the jump on him in the early stages and can get the job done here in race 2. Good luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's second race. Race 2 is a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have not won a race in 2024, or which have never won 4 races. We're going 1 mile and 1/16 for a claiming price of $5,000 down to $4,750, competing for a purse of $15,750. Race 2 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent early pick 4 wagering. That pool guaranteed at $10,000. Race 2 post parade, number 1 is Same Again Doc. Emil Ramsamy rides for owner-trainer Howard Keene. Number 2 is Private Network. Tanika Wolf riding for trainer Dale Powell and owner Up Top Racing Stables LLC. Rockpile Stable owned the number 3, Thelonious. Juan Crawford will ride for trainer Armin Concessi. Richard Davis owns and trains the number 4, Grand Gizmo. The rider is Edgar Zenteno. Number 5 is Readouts Light. Leo Salas riding for trainer Josh Robillard and owner Radcliffe Racing Stable. Completing the field, number 6 is Big Brown Brewski. Melanie Pinto riding for trainer Mike Blake and owner Annette Blake. Early pick 4 wagering offered here in race 2. $10,000 guaranteed pool, 2 minutes to post. Starting gate is in position. Not too much time left to get your race 2 wagers in. Early pick 4 kicks off here. Current favorite at even money is the number 3, Thelonious. Field for race 2 is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. 6-5 action on the number 3, Thelonious. 2-1 second choice is the 6, Big Brown Brewski. Early pick 4 kicking off here in race 2. First to load is Same Again Doc with Emil Ram Sammy. Private Network and Tanika Wolf in the orange silks. Thelonious to gate 3 under Juan Crawford, Even Money. Grand Gizmo with Edgar Zenteno. Readouts Light with Leo Salas. Big Brown Brewski completes the field under Melanie Pinto. All set. And they're off. A pretty good beginning. Thelonious is showing up from the center. Same Again Doc being hustled from the rail with Private Network to his outside. Now Thelonious takes back to a stalking roll. Grand Gizmo is racing in third on the outside. Then we have Big Brown Brewski, and the early trailer will be Readouts Light. Into the clubhouse turn they go, and now shaking clear on the lead, it is Same Again Doc. The lead is 1.5 over Private Network as they race past the opening quarter in a quick 23-4. Grand Gizmo is racing in third on the outside, 3 lengths behind the leaders with Thelonious saving ground from fourth. Then it's a gap of 2.5 to Readouts Light, and the new trailer is Big Brown Brewski. Down the backstretch, less than 5 furlongs to travel. Same Again Doc is still making the pace with Private Network watching from second. Thelonious is into third on the inside of Grand Gizmo. They raced a half in 47-1. 3.5 more lengths to Readouts Light and 2 to Big Brown Brewski, who has 8 to make up on the leaders. Same Again Doc continues to lead as they race into the far turn. The length is now 2 lengths. Private Network begins to tire from second. Thelonious is gaining momentum on the inside. Grand Gizmo has called it quits. Readouts Light is winding up, and Big Brown Brewski continues to trail. 1:11-4 for 3 quarters. Same Again Doc looking to steal this one on the lead. Thelonious is second coming off the rail, and Readouts Light is winding up. At the head of the lane, they still have Same Again Doc to catch. It's Same Again Doc by 2. Thelonious is second. Readouts Light still 4 lengths to make up. Same Again Doc is tired. Here's Thelonious. Thelonious and Juan Crawford put the head in front of a game Same Again Doc. It's these two with 70 yards to travel. Thelonious and Same Again Doc. Thelonious going to prevail. It's Thelonious by a neck over Same Again Doc. Readouts Light was third, and then Big Brown Brewski, 1 mile and 1/16 and 1:45-3. Unofficial in race 2, the winner is number 3, Thelonious. Second, number 1, Same Again Doc. Third, number 5, Readouts Light. And fourth, number 6, Big Brown Brewski. Unofficial race 2 order, 3-1-5-6. Now returning to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's second race, number 3, Thelonious. Thelonious is a 5-year-old dark bay or brown gelding by Commissioner out of Tactical Gift. Bred here in Ontario by John Lennox and Robert Carey. Ridden to victory today by Juan Crawford, Thelonious is trained by Armin Concessi for Rockpile Stable. 5th lifetime win for Thelonious, his first of the season. He completes the 1 mile and 1/16 in a time of 1:45-3. Congratulations to the connections of Thelonious, Hold all tickets until race 2 is made official. And race 2 is now official. Prices are up. Thelonious returns $430 to win, $360 and $230. Long shot, same again. Doc in for second, $19.90 to place, $830 to show. Third, number 5, Readouts Light, $360 to show. $2 Exacta, 3-1, $85.70. The $1 Try, 315, $216.75. $1 Super, 3156, $1,372.30. And the $2 Double, 13740. And a reminder, tomorrow on track after the last race, we will have a free concert featuring West Wind. Labor Day racing coming up on Monday, September 2nd. First post will be 12:20. The card features the fan favorite Puss in Boots Cup. $18 minutes to post for race 3, a vet scratch of the number 3 Blues Power. Take out the 3, 18 minutes to post.
Race 3 is going to kick off our late pick 5 sequence here. 5 furlongs is the distance. Claimers going postward here. $6,250 is the claiming price. Non-winners of 3 life. Now we do have the scratch in here of the number 3 Blues Power. I felt, though, overall sort of a wide open race here. A little bit of a tough way to kick off this late pick 5 sequence. And there's a ton of speed signed on here. Speed to the inside, some potential speed a little bit more towards the outside of the starting gate. We'll see what happens. I actually did go with a speed horse in here. The filly trying the boys, the number 1 getting ahead. Yes, she's been defeated in her last 2, and certainly she could maybe come up a tad short here today once again. But her last out effort, that was going 5.5. She was in for 8,000. I do think when you look at who she faced last time out, it was a decent group of fillies and mares. Moonbright's been very productive here this season at Fort Erie. And then the third place finisher, Snellflicka, is always hitting kind of the minors at best in a lot of her races, but a tough one to compete against. And she came up a little bit short, now going to cut back to 5 furlongs. I do think she's better at 5 furlongs, a very consistent filly, but she does only have sort of one speed, and that's to go, and she does draw the inside. So her hand is forced in here. We'll see if she has enough to get it done with one Crawford aboard. Others, though, to consider: the next number 6, Amazing Success. Arguably, he's the horse to beat. His figures are certainly better than a lot in here. He's, in terms of buyer speed figures, his last couple, they've been in the mid to upper 60 region, and he was 4th last time out behind Name of the Game, who, when you look at how the race played out, it's very shocking that they let Name of the Game get to the front, because that horse is very dangerous with a loose lead. That's exactly what happened, was able to take them gate to wire, where everyone else was trying to close and unable to. Now, also notice that race allowance level, non-winners of 3 life. This one drops in for $6,250, the lowest claiming price in his career, and does have a win here 2 starts back. That came at the 6.5 furlong distance, a really nice performance. I don't think in terms of our allowance events this year that it was the toughest of groups, but I thought the way that he won was quite nice, and I do think he has a nice draw in here towards the outside. Finally, the number 2, Back to Reality, I will use here for the minors. Kenny Albu picked this one off of Tony Adamo and Icon Racing, 3 starts back. They jumped this one up in class, and you can see this one was 3rd behind that same horse I mentioned earlier, Name of the Game. And then last time out, dead heated for the win. A nice performance, dead heated actually with Me and Me, who draws post 5 in this field. This is another one. Obviously, he has a ton of early foot, and when he's been forward here at Fort Erie, he's done well. Now, I don't want to say that he can't pass horses. I know that's typically not his running style, but when you look at the way he graduated at Tampa, he was in for 12.5. Was able to sit off the pace with a target in front of him and close. It was going slightly further at 5.5 furlongs, but I do think if for some reason maybe he's chasing the pace, at least he's shown that he can pass, and that might be key here in this 5 furlong dash. We'll see what the filly can do here on the inside. The number 1 getting ahead, now racing second off the claim for Joe Humber. Good luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's third race. Race 3 is a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 3 races. Going for a claiming price of $6,250 down to $6,000, traveling a distance of 5 furlongs, competing for a purse of $19,800. Race 3 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent late pick 5 wagering. That pool guaranteed at $10,000. Race 3 post parade, number 1 is Getting Ahead. Juan Crawford rides for trainer Joe Humber and owner Robert Elkins. Number 2 is Back to Reality. Leo Salas riding for trainer Ken Albu and owner Six Brothers Stable. Scratch the 3. Number 4 is Reload Bullet. Kirk Johnson pilots for trainer Roy Agostino and owner B11 Incorporated. Number 5 is Mia and Me. Alexis Sanchez rides. Sharon Chicado trains and part owns with Jim Vatier and Michael Green. Completing the field, number 6 is Amazing Success. Edgar Zenteno pilots for trainer Eric Raganoff and owner Bruno Schickadans. 1 minute to post for race 3. $10,000 guaranteed late pick 5 begins here. Field for race 3 is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. Late pick 5 wagering kicking off here in the third. First to load will be the filly, Getting Ahead with Juan Crawford. Currently co-favored at 2-1. Gate 2 for Back to Reality and Leo Salas. Reload Bullet with Kirk Johnson. Reload Bullet goes up. Mia and Me with Alexis Sanchez. Last up will be Amazing Success and Edgar Zenteno. All set. And they're off. Beautiful start. Getting Ahead showing up from the rail with Mia and Me. Wide on the course is Amazing Success. Back to Reality and Reload Bullet are there. The whole field is within a length and a half, but the early advantage is going to go to Getting Ahead. Getting ahead by 3/4 of a length to Back to Reality. Reload Bullet is racing in third with Mia and Me, and 5 wide into the turn is Amazing Success. The opening quarter was 22-3, and now Getting Ahead is shaken 2 lengths clear. Back to Reality is second. Racing wide but into third is Amazing Success with Reload Bullet saving ground and Mia and Me splitting horses. Less than 1/4 mile to the wire, and Getting Ahead is looking to take this field gate to wire. It's Getting Ahead. The advantage is now 3. Back to Reality is second. Reload Bullet up the rail, and out wide is Amazing Success, but Getting Ahead has opened up 4. It is Getting Ahead in Juan Crawford. Juan Crawford going on to a natural double. The margin is going to be 5 at the wire. Getting Ahead, much the best. Back to Reality held second from Reload Bullet, then Mia and Me, 5/8 and 58-1. Unofficial in race 3, the winner is number 1, Getting Ahead. Second, number 2, Back to Reality. Third, number 4, Reload Bullet. And fourth, number 5, Mia and Me. Unofficial race 3 order, 1, 2, 4, 5. Now returning to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's third race, number 1, Getting Ahead. Getting Ahead is a 4-year-old bay filly by Super Speedy out of Another Channel, bred here in Ontario by Jay Coughlin. A natural double for jockey Juan Crawford. Getting Ahead is trained by Joe Humber for owner Robert Elkins. Getting Ahead takes on the boys and comes out much the best, completing the 5 furlongs in a time of 58-1. Congratulations to the connections of Getting Ahead. Hold all tickets until race 3 is made official. And race 3 is now official. Getting Ahead returns $6.40 to win, $4.60 and $3. Second, number 2, Back to Reality, $6.20 to place, $3.60. Third, number 4, Reload Bullet, $3.30 to show. $2 Exacta, 1, 2, 30, 40. The $1 Try, 1, 2, 4, 64, 20. $1 Super, 1, 2, 4, 5, $119, 15 cents. $2 Double, 3, 1, 15, 40. And the $1 Pick 3, 17, 15. Race 4 changes. We have an overweight on the number 1, Amy's Girl. The rider will be 1 pound over at 121. Race 4 kicks off the late pick 4 on today's card. 17 minutes to post.
We kicked off this Monday program with a maiden special weight event for fillies and mares. We have another one here in at race number 4. This one, though, on the turf course at about 1 mile. Looking at this group, pretty interesting field. Some interesting names show up here. A couple of horses ran pretty well on the turf last time. They're going to try it again, but have to go a little bit further today. And mention some new faces. The big one here being the number 7 in here, Idyllic. This one for Josie Caro, who's actually here at the fort today, saddling this one. Daughter of Tappett's had 2 starts under her belt, and she's yet to finish in the money in those performances. She was 6th last time out, well beaten in that maiden special weight event. Her first time, though, on the turf, she was stretching out from 6 furlongs on the Tapeta to 1 mile and a 16th. Just sort of an even finish once again. I feel like she's been even in both of those races, so they're going to come down here. Obviously, some class relief still made in special weight event, but big difference here at Fort Erie than Woodbine, and hopefully can get this one in the winner's circle. She's beautifully bred on both the top and the bottom, and Luis Contreras is also in town to ride this 3-year-old filly, so that tells you that these connections mean business, and she's taking a lot of betting support at this moment. Others, though, to consider. I like the 3 in here, Impeccable Timing. I know you look at the last out effort, you wonder where it came from, but she just seems like she's gotten a little bit better in her last couple. She was able to step up. She chased the pace. I like that she was closer in that event. It was going 7 ace, and she only missed by length. In it to win it, circled the field, was really far back, had a beautifully timed ride to get the win. And I just wonder if this one can take another step forward. Is going to have to stretch out, though, and get that additional 1/8 of a mile today. Reunites with Leo Salas, who was aboard this one 2 starts back on the inner turf course up at Woodbine. And finally, go all the way to the outside and here, the number 9, PT Bosette. Now, I thought her debut was decent. Cherry Gardens, we know what this one did for Tony Adamo. Aired in that group, was a runaway winner to say the least. And then next time out, he saw kind of a dull performance from PT Bosette. And I think it was 2 things. I just think maybe it was the distance. I feel like she wanted to go longer than 6.5, maybe more of a 2-turn horse. And I also think the off track. I don't think she liked any part of the off going, and kind of reaffirmed that last time out. She had a ton of work to do over that good turf course in her last outing. It was going 7 ace, and she was flying late. And I do think she certainly will benefit from the added ground today. She exits that same race as the number 3, Impeccable Timing, but an interesting bunch top to bottom. Have a couple of other horses in here, big prices on the tote board that I think can get a piece, but a nice way here to kick off that late pick 4 sequence. As always, 20-cent minimum, $10,000 guarantee. Good luck here in the 4th.
Field is making their way on track for today's 4th race. Race 4 is a maiden allowance for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up. Going a distance of about 1 mile over the turf course, competing for a purse of $21,600. Race 4 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent late pick 4 wagering. That pool guaranteed at $10,000. Race 4 Post Parade, number 1 is Amy's Girl. Mark Lee Buchanan rides for trainer Roy Agostino and owner Ian Ricardo Brown. Number 2 is Tap Room. Kirk Johnson has the call for trainer Julie Mathis and owner Bruno Schickadans. Number 3 is Impeccable Timing. Leo Sala is riding for trainer Roy Agostino and owner Michael Bellissimo. Dale Powell owns and trains the number 4 War Vow. The rider is Juan Crawford. We'll come back to the 5. Number 6 is Lucky Louise. Alexis Sanchez riding for trainer Richard Davis and owner Hesty Sport Incorporated. Number 7 is Idyllic. Luis Contreras in to ride for trainer Josie Carroll and owners Hillendale Equine Holdings Incorporated, Stretch Run Ventures LLC, and Windsor Boys Racing LLC. Number 8 is Wiccan Sense. Edgar Zenteno riding for trainer Michael Bennett, who owns with a partner. Number 9 is P.T. Bossette. Melanie Pinto rides for trainer Mickey Neubauer and owner Charles Fipke. And on screen now, number 5 is Miss Sing Angel. Amanda Vandermeersch rides for trainer Michael Cohen and owner Rohini Singh. Late pick 4 wagering kicks off here in the 4th. The pool guaranteed at $10,000. We are on the turf. Field is crossing on to the turf course. Not too much time left to get your race 4 wagers in. The late pick 4 begins here. Big field of 9 on the turf course. 4 to 5 favorite is the number 7 Idyllic, coming in from Woodbine for trainer Josie Carroll. 5 to 2 second choice is the number 2 Tap Room. Starting gate taking position. Not much time left to get those race 4 wagers in. And race 4 field is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. Kickoff leg of the late pick 4, our first turf race of the day. First to load will be Amy's Girl with Mark Lee Buchanan. Amy's Girl loads without the rider. Still waiting on Amy's Girl. Looks like she's secured now. Mark Lee Buchanan to climb back aboard. Taproom and Kirk Johnson up next. Co-favored at 6-5, now Slate's second choice. Impeccable Timing at 18-1 under Leo Salas. War Vow with Juan Crawford. Crawford already with 2 winners on today's card. War Vow goes up. Missing Angel with Amanda Vandermeersch. Lucky Louise with Alexis Sanchez. Idyllic, the even money favorite with Luis Contreras. Wiccan Sense and Edgar Zenteno. Last in will be P.T. Bossette with Melanie Pinto. All set. And they're off. A very good beginning. Wiccan Sense broke sharply from the outside. Showing speed from the middle is Missing Angel, but Taproom is going to get out to make the early lead. It's Taproom now being hounded by Lucky Louise and Missing Angel. Impeccable Timing in a good position from 4th on the inside with Idyllic racing in 5th. Then it's a gap of 2 to War Vow, who's angling out and pushing out Wiccan Sense. Towards the back is P.T. Bossette, and the trailer is Amy's Girl. The opening quarter was 23-4. They race into the backstretch, and Taproom is making the pace but being hounded by Lucky Louise. Missing Angel takes back to a stalking spot in third. Racing in fourth on the outside is Idyllic. Fifth saving ground is Impeccable Timing. Then it's a gap of 3 to War Vow. Here comes on the outside Amy's Girl, ranging up past Wickensense, and the new trailer is PT Bosset. 48 flat to the half. Taproom is now shaken 2 lengths clear, but Idyllic is cruising nicely into second. Following that one is Impeccable Timing, passing Missing Angel. Lucky Louise's dropped anchor. Amy's Girl is gaining ground with every stride, and PT Bosset also making up ground from the back. Midway around the turn, Idyllic is taking the lead from Taproom. Idyllic now a length and a half clear. Taproom is second. Amy's Girl winding up with Impeccable Timing, and then PT Bosset trying to get past Missing Angel, but now Idyllic. Idyllic is up by 4. Amy's Girl trying to get into second past Taproom, but Idyllic at 2 to 5 is much the best. Idyllic and Luis Contreras up by 7. Amy's Girl getting into second, but never going to threaten Idyllic. It is Idyllic living up to the promise at 2 to 5. The margin is 8 at the wire. Amy's Girl just up for second in a photo with Taproom, and then Impeccable Timing about 1 mile and 1:39.1. Unofficial in race 4, the winner is number 7, Idyllic. It's a photo for place. Hold all tickets. In the place photo, it's the number 1 Amy's Girl over the 2 Taproom. Fourth, number 3 Impeccable Timing. Unofficial race 4 order 7-1-2-3. Now returning to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's 4th race, number 7, Idyllic. Idyllic is a 3-year-old chestnut filly by Tappet out of Treasuring. Bred in Kentucky by Hillendale Equine Holdings Incorporated and Stretch Run Ventures LLC, who own with Windsor Boys Racing LLC. Luis Contreras in from Woodbine for the winning ride for trainer Josie Carroll. Idyllic breaks the maiden with ease in her 3rd lifetime start, completing the about 1 mile distance in a time of 1:39.1. Congratulations to the connections of Idyllic. Hold all tickets until race 4 is made official. And race 4 is official. Prices are up. Idyllic returns 280 to win, 230, 210. Second, number 1, Amy's Girl, 760 to place, 530. Third, number 2, Tap Room, 350 to show. $2 exacta, 7-1, 1980. The $1 try, 712, 40.95. $1 supers, 7123, $112.55. $2 double, 17, 1160, and the $1 pick 3, 13.90. On screen now, the place photo for race 4. Race 5 coming up in 17 minutes. We have a rider change on the number 5, Baytown Elvis. Make the rider Juan Crawford.
Race 5 is up next. Features a nice field of 9 here, $4,000 claimers, non-winners of 3 life, set to go around 2 turns at the mile and 70-yard distance here on the main track, and sort of a wide open race. You have a lot of horses that are taking a little bit of a step down to this bottom level in hopes of getting that 3rd career victory, and a horse that's taking a little bit of a step and also switching surfaces is the number 1 Street Serenade. My top pick in here, this one out of the Steve Cathcart barn. Got this one on the turf last time out and honestly exceeded my expectations. I just was a little kind of surprised to see this horse getting on the grass after those dirt efforts, and maybe they were hoping to kind of snap the 3rd place finishes that this one was sort of accumulating in those races 2 and 3 back, and still was 3rd again. It seemed to handle that extra ground, and not only extra ground, but the extra turn. Was coming out of those 6.5 furlong events here on the main track. Went around 2 turns at 7/8 and was 3rd behind Gus's Gamble and Sensible Portions, who he'll also face again in the spot, actually directly to his outside. So curious to see what he can do here. Excited to see him get these 2 turns on the dirt. I really think we could see an improved performance. He's only gone long at a similar distance once in his career of those 17 starts to date. So go with the one on top in here, Street Serenade. Finding the number 3, Carpe Bellum, to be a little intriguing in this spot. Now, we haven't actually seen him that much here. Juan Pablo Silva had a lot of runners here at the beginning of the meet. They cooled off, and this one's had some time to regroup. Over a month, almost a month and a half to be exact. Was at this level last time out over the slot. Was bumped up. The winner technically was Collaborative, who was disqualified and placed behind this runner, and Carpe Bellum ended up being 2nd. And I just thought his 2 races here now around 2 turns, they've been quite good. He was chasing the pace on the slop, which was probably the right move with the way the track played that day. And then 2 starts back when he was 2nd, he tried to catch Grand Gizmo, who we saw earlier on the card. Didn't run terribly, didn't run the best. But the thing with Grand Gizmo is if there's no pace on paper, that's the type of horse that can get to the front and stay in front. So I think seeing Carpe Bellum be able to close on a horse like that where the fractions really weren't swift at all, I think he's very intriguing in the spot, especially the way that the main track has played so far today on this Monday program. So I'll use this one. Kirk Johnson stays aboard him. And finally, we'll angle all the way to the outside, the number 9 here, Sensing Holiday for Danny Wills. Blinkers off. Has actually raced with blinkers pretty much throughout his career. They're going to make that tack equipment today. You can see has been 4th in those last 2 efforts, but the main thing, just 2 starts now in 2024 and is going to stretch back out in distance. And we can't forget last year at this level. Yes, it was late in the season and over the mud, but this horse was a pretty good 3rd behind Quiet Rebel, who I think was probably better than a $4,000 claimer in that event. And this one surrendered late, but very intriguing to see this one now stretch out in distance. Has been even there in those 1-turn events, and it wouldn't be, to me, shocking to see him take a step up. The big question, though, with the blinkers coming off and the stretch out in distance, what the strategy will be coming out of those sprint races, especially the 5.5 furlong race last time out. Have a feeling he could still be, I don't know, somewhat closer to it, maybe tracking a couple lengths off the pace, and hopefully can pick up at least a share here in the stretch run. But I do go to the inside, the number 1 Street Serenade on top, followed by the 3 Carpe Bellum. And I'll round out the trifecta here with the 9 Sensing Holiday. Good luck here in the 5th.
Race 5 Post Parade, number 1 is Street Serenade. Amanda Vandermeersch rides for trainer Steve Cathcart, who owns in partnership with Joseph Roberto. Number 2 is Sensible Portions. Omar Marino rides for trainer Josh Robillard and owner Radcliffe Racing Stable. Number 3 is Carpe Bellum. Kirk Johnson has the call for trainer Juan Pablo Silva and owners Jeff Jacobs and Tijuana Racing Stables. Luthia Shirley owns and trains the number 4, Thy Kingdom. The rider is Alexis Sanchez. Number 5 is Baytown Elvis. Juan Crawford picks up the mount for trainer Phil Gracie and owner Gerald Gooden. Number 6 is General Command. Brandon Boulanger riding for trainer John Sims and owner Harvey Bussey. Howard Keane owns and trains the number 7, Santiago Salsa. The rider is Emil Ramsamy. Number 8 is Justin's Way. Edgar Zenteno riding for trainer Mark Fournier, who owns in partnership with Scott Leith and Dean Zaniol. Completing the field, number 9 is Sensing Holiday. Terry Husbands has the call for trainer Danny Wills and owner Jeannie Ryan. Final pick 3 of the day coming up here in race 5. Race 5 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, and 20-cent pick 3 wagering. Starting gate is in position. Not too much time left to get your race 5 wagers in. 5-2 favorite is the number 1, Street Serenade. 7-2 action on the number 8, Justin's Way. 4-1 support on the 3, Carpe Bellum. Group of 9 to kick off the final pick 3 of the day. Race 5 field is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. 2-1 favorite is the number 1 Street Serenade, now 5-2. Field of 9 here in race 5, competitive group. First to come up will be Street Serenade with Amanda Vandermeersch. Street Serenade almost in. And goes up now. Sensible Portions, Omar Marino in the Radcliffe Racing Stable Silks. Sensible Portions comes up. Carpe Bellum and Kirk Johnson. Thy Kingdom with Alexis Sanchez. Baytown Elvis in from Woodbine with Juan Crawford. General Command with Brandon Boulanger. Santiago Salsa with Emil Ramsamy. Justin's Way and Edgar Zenteno. Last in will be Sensing Holiday and Terry Husbands. All set. And they're off. Sensing Holiday out well from the far outside with Justin's Way. Baytown Elvis hustled for early speed, as is Carpe Bellum. It's 4 across the track as they race into the opening turn. Another 4 in a line with Street Serenade saving ground, Sensible Portions, General Command, and Santiago Salsa wide. The early trailer is going to be Thy Kingdom. Pretty contested early pace, but now shaking loose. It is Baytown Elvis being pressed a little bit by Justin's Way. Carpe Bellum 2 lengths off the leaders in third, racing on the inside of Sensing Holiday as they complete the opening quarter in 23-2. Street Serenade racing in fifth, 3 lengths off the leaders. It's a gap of 2.5 to Sensible Portions, who's sharing position with Santiago Salsa. General Command is racing towards the back, and the trailer remains Thy Kingdom. Just over a half mile to travel. Baytown Elvis still has the lead with Justin's Way second. Carpe Bellum third. Splitting horses now is Street Serenade with Sensing Holiday wide on the course. The half was 47 flat. It's a big gap of 7 to Sensible Portions, who's being joined by General Command, then Santiago Salsa and Thy Kingdom still at the back. Midway round the turn, Baytown Elvis holds the lead from Justin's Way. Street Serenade is into third with Carpe Bellum, then Sensing Holiday. General Command is trying to get going from the back with Sensible Portions. 1:11-2 for 3 quarters. It is Baytown Elvis looking to go gate to wire. Street Serenade tries to rally down the far outside with Justin's Way still there, and Carpe Bellum along the inside. Baytown Elvis and Juan Crawford still up by 2. Street Serenade into second, but not doing enough. They're not going to get to Baytown Elvis. Juan Crawford 3 on the day. It's Baytown Elvis by 4. Street Serenade held second from Carpe Bellum, then Justin's Way. 1 mile and 70 yards in 1:41-3. Unofficial in race 5, the winner is number 5, Baytown Elvis. It's a photo for place. Hold all tickets. Now returning to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's fifth race, number 5, Baytown Elvis. Baytown Elvis is a 5-year-old dark bay or brown gelding by Gormley out of Meadow Mystique, bred in Kentucky by Forever Spring Farm LLC. A riding triple on the day for Juan Crawford. Baytown Elvis is trained by Phil Gracie for owner Gerald Andre Gooden. Third lifetime win for Baytown Elvis, his first win of the 2024 campaign. He takes his Fort Erie debut in gate-to-wire fashion, completing the 1 mile and 70 yards in 1:41 and 3. Congratulations to the connections of Baytown Elvis. Hold all tickets until race 5 is made official. In the place photo, it was the number 1 Street Serenade over the 3 Carpe Bellum. Fourth was number 8 Justin's Way. Unofficial race 5 order 5138. Race 5 is now official. Prices are up. Baytown Elvis returns $18.30 to win, $9.90 and $6.10. Second, number 1 Street Serenade, $4.80 to place, $3.10. Third, number 3 Carpe Bellum, $4.90 to show. $2 exacta, 5-1, $79.10. The $1 try, 5-1-3, $258.50. $1 super, 5-1-3-8, $1,088.90. $2 double, 7-5, $47.70. $1 pick 3, $71.75. $1 early pick 4, $230.65. And the $1 early pick 5, $299.20. On screen now, the place photo from race 5. The post position draw for the Prince of Wales Stakes will be taking place on Thursday, September 5th at 12 o'clock. Tune in and catch the live stream at FortErieRacing.com. The 89th running of the Prince of Wales Stakes will be taking place on Tuesday, September 10th. First post will be 1 o'clock. Race 6 is coming up in 21 minutes. There are no changes.
Final chance here to get involved in a daily double. Race number 6, 6 furlongs here on the dirt. These are maiden claiming fillies and mares in for the tag of $6,250. And a little bit of a tough race. It's not necessarily our biggest field on today's program, but a lot of these fillies and mares really need to step up to get themselves in the winner's circle. And I think when we look out at last out efforts, probably most impressed with the number 1, Queen Sahara. This one now in the barn of Josh Robillard for the second consecutive start. Was claimed 2 starts back out of a turf event where she really never got going in terms of her early speed. She showed it and she certainly faded, but I really liked the trip that she got last time out from Brandon Boulanger here on the dirt course. She was able to close and tried to catch She's Hot to Trot, but we know what that filly or mare has done in her career, and a lot of seconds on her resume and thirds, but she finally was able to sneak away from them in that race back on August 18th. And I just think Queen Sahara, another start in the barn, can take a step forward. And moments ago, she was on the tote at 4-1 off the 7-5 morning line. I do think she's going to take a lot more love in this spot. Next, we'll talk a little bit here about the number 3, I'm a Phantom. It's one out of the Richard Davis barn. A lot of 4th place finishes. You look down the page, they've tried different things with her. She finally went in for a tag last time out, but the main thing to notice, that was on the turf course at about 7/8. 2 starts back, she technically finished 4th in that maiden special weight event where Ghostly Perfection was a very nice winner in that spot, but she was actually disqualified, this runner, and placed 7th there. So curious to see what she can do. Just now, 2nd start in a row in for the tag, but the main thing, getting back on the dirt. I wonder if she can take a little bit of a step forward. Her numbers comparable to the other horse that I already talked about, Queen Sahara, in terms of buyer speed figures. And finally, the horse that I think maybe we haven't seen enough from yet and maybe had some excuses is the number 4, Ferocious Queen. Amanda Vandermeer's here riding for George Newland, who's had a very good year here at Fort Erie, winning 6 of 27 appearances. Similar story as in has tried the turf. We talked about the turf race last time out, with In It to Win It, circling from off the pace to get the job done by a length for Colebrook Farms, and impeccable timing. I thought ran okay here today earlier on the program. This is a situation where this mare hasn't really gotten a fair dirt start. She was involved in a little bit of an incident here back on July 22nd, and you can see lost the rider and walked off from that race. So very curious to see now dropping in for a tag for the first time here locally at Fort Erie in her career, as well as switching on the dirt if she can make an improvement. She's also going to get Amanda Vandermeer aboard for the first time, and wonder if Amanda can make a little bit of a difference on this 5-year-old daughter of Perfect Timber. But a tough maiden event here, and for that $6,250 tag, for me, it was a clear-cut top pick, being the number 1, Queen Sahara. Good luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's sixth race. Race 6 is a maiden claimer for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up. Going for a claiming price of $6,250 down to $6,000, traveling a distance of 6 furlongs, competing for a purse of $18,900. Race 6 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, and 20-cent superfecta wagering. Race 6 post parade, number 1 is Queen Sahara. Brandon Boulanger rides for trainer Josh Robillard and owner Alicia Robillard. Number 2 is Ring It Up. Omar Marino has the call for owner trainer Louis Cappy. Number 3 is I'm Phantom. Alexis Sanchez pilots for trainer Richard Davis and owner Hesty Sport Incorporated. Number 4 is Ferocious Queen. Amanda Vandermeersch rides. George Newland trains and owns in partnership with Curtis Rodhay. Dale Powell owns and trains the number 5, Ready to Scatter. The rider is Kirk Johnson. Completing the field, number 6 is Sovereign Tale. Pierre Mailhot riding for owner-trainer Barb Bailey. 2 minutes to post for race 6, late double wagering offered here. Race 6 field heading up to the starting gate. It is now post time. Current favorite at 2-1. Co-favorites are the number 1 Queen Sahara and the 2 Ring It Up. 5-2 support on the number 3 I'm Phantom. First to load is Queen Sahara with Brandon Boulanger. Ring It Up and Omar Marino to gate 2. I'm Phantom with Alexis Sanchez. Ferocious Queen with Amanda Vandermeersch. Ready to Scatter with Kirk Johnson. Ready to Scatter, reluctant to load. Ready to Scatter goes in without the rider. Kirk Johnson to climb back aboard. Not quite. She's backed out again. And now Ready to Scatter is in. Last up is Sovereign Tail with Pierre Mailhot. All set for the late double. And they're off. Queen Sahara broke sharply from the rail. Ready to Scatter is also showing speed. Between them is Ferocious Queen. Sovereign Tail racing in fourth on the outside. Then it's a gap of 2 to Ring It Up. And the trailer is I'm Phantom. Blasting clear to the early lead, it is Ready to Scatter and Kirk Johnson. They've opened up 4 lengths. Racing in second on the inside, Queen Sahara. Ferocious Queen between horses with Sovereign Tail wide on the course. Ring It Up is saving ground from 5th, and the trailer remains I'm Phantom. Into the turn they go. The opening quarter was 23 seconds flat. Ready to Scatter is still maintaining the lead, but Queen Sahara is gaining ground with every stride, as is Ring It Up the inside. Ferocious Queen also looming dangerous. It is now Queen Sahara taking the lead as Ready to Scatter calls it quits. Ring It Up is on the inside of Ferocious Queen, then Sovereign Tail, and at the back, I'm Phantom. The half was 47-2 at the head of the lane. It is Queen Sahara, but there's dangers on both sides. Ring It Up the inside, and Ferocious Queen 3 wide. It is still Queen Sahara holding a short lead. Ring It Up is slipping up the fence, and here's Ferocious Queen. 3 across the track at the final 70 yards. Ferocious Queen and Amanda Vandermeersch prove best. It's Ferocious Queen, 3/4 of a length over Ring It Up, then Queen Sahara. Well back to Sovereign Tail. 6 furlongs in 1:13-2. Unofficial in race 6, the winner is number 4, Ferocious Queen. Second, number 2, Ring It Up. Third, number 1, Queen Sahara. And fourth, number 6, Sovereign Tail. Unofficial race 6 order, 4-2-1-6. Now returning to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's 6th race, number 4, Ferocious Queen. Ferocious Queen is a 5-year-old bay mare by Perfect Timber out of Christmas Prospect, bred here in Ontario by Charles Fipke. Ridden to victory today by Amanda Vandermeersch, Ferocious Queen is trained by George Newland, who owns in partnership with Curtis Rodhay. Ferocious Queen breaks the maiden in attempt number 6, completing the 6 furlong distance in a time of 1:13.2. Congratulations to the connections of Ferocious Queen. Hold all tickets until race 6 is made official. Race 6 is now official. Ferocious Queen returns 1860 to win, 650 and 340. Second number 2, Ring It Up, $4 to place, 240. Third number 1, Queen Sahara, 220 to show. $2 exacta, 4-2, 63.60. The $1 try, 4-2-1, 57.10. $1 super, 4-2-1-6, $716.75. $2 double, 5-4, $215.10. And the $1 pick 3, $170.20. Changes for race 7, Vet Scratch the number 1, Impossible Birdie. Vet Scratch the number 2, Betka, take out numbers 1 and 2. Overweight on the number 8, Princess Aleska, 1 pound over at 121. Jackpot high 5 wagering offered here in race 7, 19 minutes to post.
We wrap up the Monday program here on the turf course at about 1 mile. Fillies and mares, non-winners of 3 life, in for the claiming price of $6,250. And a couple of changes in here. The 1 and the 2 both out of the spot. Leaves us with a field of 7 and a couple of very good looking females in here in terms of these horses. You see Menagerie, I thought, caught my eye, as well as the number 8, Princess Alaska, who's going to probably get settled out here in the outdoor enclosure. And we'll kick it off with the number 4, Menagerie. I mentioned she did look good here today as I was watching her about to get the tack on, and she looks like she's put some weight on from that most recent performance, which did result in a trip to the winner's circle when she was able to win here back on July 30th. Had a beautiful trip that day from Alexis Sanchez, who just got her into a comfortable rhythm off the pace towards the back of the pack and rallied late there to get up in time over a few regrets to win by a head. Tangerine Twist, the 3rd place horse, she finally was able to break her maiden in her next outing. And sure, this one's technically jumping up in claiming price today, but I do think when you look at some of her turf figures, she can fit against this bunch. Her effort last time out got a 53 buyer speed figure. I don't think that really puts her far off of some of these horses in this spot. So I use her as my top pick in here. The number 6, Lulu's Lullaby. Who I landed on next, a 4-year-old daughter of Wicked Tune, who was able to pick up a win this year. You see that was on the turf course 3 starts back. It was actually against the boys here in a $5,000 non-winners of 2 life. And I thought it was a really nice performance from her. I was actually a little shocked she went off at 9-1, knowing that her prior turf start this season was against tougher allowance level non-winners of 2 life, which was actually won by one of her rivals in this spot, Princess Alaska, who draws post 8 in this spot and actually will move in 2 with those 2 scratches. But I think when you look at Lulu's Lullaby, the one question I have about her is the distance. Looking at her efforts at 5/8, she's been a little bit better. Her 7 furlong distance wasn't bad by any means, but she is going to have to get additional ground today with that additional 1/8 of a mile, and we'll see what she can do here. She's going to have to prove herself, knowing that the 5/8 distance has worked out a little bit better for her. And finally, rounding out my top 3 is the number 8, Princess Alaska, who I've been watching here in the walking ring. To say she is a handful would be an understatement. She kind of has her own mind made up every time she's out here. She can be very naughty, and she tried something just a moment ago, but honestly, it was pretty good for her. They got the tack on her. She's walking here, and they're just making some last-minute adjustments here on the saddle. And overall, so far, she's been okay. And this is a horse that has only had 1 start, though, in the barn of these new connections. And you look at it last time out, I think she had a ton of excuses. First off, allowance optional claiming competition. She faced some very nice males in that race. So not only it was, in a tough spot to begin with, but she had to face her male rivals. And it was on the dirt. It was a race that was originally carted for the turf at about 7/8. She is a turf horse through and through. And with it coming to the main track, it was an off track, and it turned to a 1-turn 6.5 furlong distance. I just don't think that really worked out well for her. So expect her to take a big step forward in here. And from a pace perspective, I think she could be part of the pace in here. She figures to be, with kind of having one of the more outside post positions in this field. She likes to be forward. We saw that at Tampa. We've seen that at Fort Erie. And this might be the right spot for her to get at least a minor piece, if not more, in here. So we'll see what she does when she gets onto the track. She looks like she's settled pretty nicely here now in the walking ring. Several minutes still to get involved here in the nightcap. Don't forget, we're back at it tomorrow on the Tuesday program with 7 races and a first post of 3 p.m. Good night.
Field is making their way on track for today's 7th and final race. Race 7 is a claiming race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 3 races. Going for a claiming price of $62.50 down to $6,000. Traveling a distance of about 1 mile over the turf course, competing for a purse of $19,800. Race 7 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, 20-cent super, and 20-cent jackpot high five wagering. The carryover, $91,405.90. Race 7 post parade, scratch numbers 1 and 2. Number 3 is Silent But Violent. Melanie Pinto rides for trainer Josh Robillard and owner Radcliffe Racing Stable. Number 4 is Menagerie, Alexis Sanchez in the saddle for trainer Ken Albu and owner Six Brothers Stable. Gary Chidobiak owns and trains the number 5, Stole the Ring. The rider is Kirk Johnson. Number 6 is Lulu's Lullaby. Omar Marino pilots for owner-trainer Sue Andrushko. Number 7 is Fermenter. Edgar Zenteno riding for trainer Josh Robillard and owner Radcliffe Racing Stable. Number 8 is Princess Aleska. Mark Lee Buchanan rides. Eric Raganoff trains. Bruno Schickedanz owns. Completing the field, number 9 is It's a Birdie. Terry Husbands riding for owner-trainer Mike McDonald. 1 minute to post for race 7. Jackpot high five wagering offered here. The carryover in excess of $91,000. Field is crossed onto the turf course, starting gate about to take position. Not much time left to get your race 7 wagers in. Co-favorites at 2-1 are the number 6 Lulu's Lullaby and the 8 Princess Alaska. Jackpot high five wagering offered here in the nightcap. Field for race 7 is heading up to the starting gate. It is now post time. First to load is the number 8 Princess Alaska, the 8-5 favorite, with Mark Lee Buchanan aboard. Silent but Violent and Melanie Pinto, one of 2 for Radcliffe Racing Stable and Josh Robillard. Menagerie, a last out winner with Alexis Sanchez. Stole the Ring with Kirk Johnson. Lulu's Lullaby with Omar Marino. Fermenter and Edgar Zenteno. Last in will be the Woodbine Invader, It's a Birdie with Terry Husbands. It's a Birdie goes in. We're all set for the nightcap. And they're off. A good beginning. It's a Birdie out well from the outside with Fermenter and Lulu's Lullaby. Menagerie holding position on the rail with Stole the Ring. Now here comes Princess Alaska making a big rush for the lead. Angling to the far outside towards the back is Silent but Violent, but controlling the early pace, it's going to be Princess Alaska and Mark Lee Buchanan. Princess Alaska leads the way into the clubhouse turn. Drifting off the rail is Fermenter. It's a Birdie is 3 deep. Stole the Ring is saving ground. Lulu's Lullaby took a bit of a check there, now being passed by Silent but Violent. Trailing the field now is Menagerie. 23-4 for the opening quarter. It is Princess Alaska dictating the terms. Fermenter is on the outside pressing in second. Third saving ground is Stole the Ring with It's a Birdie racing in fourth. A gap of 2 to Silent but Violent, then Lulu's Lullaby and Menagerie is still at the back. Midway down the backstretch, Princess Alaska now being pressed by Fermenter. Stole the Ring is saving ground from third. It's a Birdie in the 2-path from fourth. Silent but Violent is wide. Lulu's Lullaby is trying to wind up and Menagerie swings out to launch her rally. It is still Princess Alaska being hounded by Fermenter. They've opened up 3.5 lengths on Stole the Ring. It's a Birdie is still racing in fourth, but being joined by Menagerie and Lulu's Lullaby. Silent but Violent trails the field as they swing for the drive. 3/4 and 1:13 3. It is still Princess Alaska and Fermenter. 1-2. Now Lulu's Lullaby rallying up the outside and Menagerie up the far outside. Menagerie takes the lead. Lulu's Lullaby is right there. Princess Alaska trying to hold position. Lulu's Lullaby and Menagerie. These two head and head as they come down to the wire. Menagerie gets the advantage. Menagerie on top. Menagerie over Lulu's Lullaby. Then Princess Alaska, It's a Birdie, and Fermenter. About 1 mile and 1:41 flat. Unofficial in race 7, the winner is number 4, Menagerie. Second, number 6, Lulu's Lullaby. Third, number 8, Princess Alaska. Fourth, number 9, It's a Birdie. In for fifth for the jackpot high five was number 7, Fermenter. Unofficial race 7 order 46897. Now returning to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's 7th race, number 4, Menagerie. Menagerie is a 5-year-old dark bay or brown mare by Violence out of Holy Flame, bred here in Ontario by Hillendale Farms and Gabe Grossberg. Ridden to victory today by Alexis Sanchez, Menagerie is trained by Ken Albu for Six Brothers Stable. Back-to-back wins for Menagerie, her 3rd lifetime win in 28 starts. She rallies from the back and completes the about 1 mile distance in a time of 1:41 flat. Congratulations to the connections of Menagerie. Hold all tickets until race 7 is made official. It's official. Prices are up. Menagerie returns $780 to win, $380 and $240. Second, number 6, Lulu's Lullaby, $340 to place, $240. Third, number 8, Princess Alaska, $270 to show. $2 exacta, 4-6, $23.90. The $1 try, 4-6-8, $33.25. $1 super, 4-6-8-9, $125.55. $1 high five, 46897, $195.25. Multiple winning tickets in the high five, so the carryover into tomorrow's card will be $103,021.89. $2 double, a pair of fours, $101.40. $1 pick three, $705.90. $1 late pick four, $956.05. And the $1 pick five, $3,784.60. Jackpot high five carryover is growing. We're up to 6 figures. Tomorrow's carryover will be $103,021. Visit our website, FortErieRacing.com, for information about everything going on here at the track. Racing will resume tomorrow. First post will be 3 p.m. And if you're coming out on track tomorrow, be sure to stick around. After the last race, we will have our free concert featuring West Wind. Labor Day racing coming up on Monday, September 2nd. First post will be 12:20. The card features the fan favorite Puss in Boots Cup. The post position draw for the Prince of Wales Stakes will be taking place on Thursday, September 5th. It starts at 12 p.m. Catch the live stream at FortErieRacing.com. Save the date. The 89th running of the Prince of Wales Stakes will take place on Tuesday, September 10th. Post time will be 1 o'clock. Tune into Your TV Niagara for the Fort Erie Race Replay Show, Channel 700, Thursdays at 10:30 and Saturdays at 10. And that concludes the Monday action here at Fort Erie Racetrack. We want to thank everybody for joining us here today. 7 races on tap tomorrow. Reminder, first post has switched to 3 p.m. Don't forget that Jackpot High Five carryover has grown, $103,000 up for grabs tomorrow. And a free concert by Westwind coming up tomorrow as well. So lots taking place tomorrow for the Tuesday action. From all of us here at Fort Erie, have a great Monday night.